All right, all right, all right, all right. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Bam, bam, bam. Ma, ma, ma. Okay. So, my skin is glistening because I put some moisturizer in it. I feel good. Let me see here. I got to do something real quick. 2 secs. Alrighty. Sorry about that. I just needed to make sure that I'm in focus. Alright. Today, we're continuing some stuff. I have my to-do list for the day. We're going to clear the workflow here. Oops. /clear. And start of new day, 1:24 p.m. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Holy shit. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. We have quite a to-do list today. Let's start with fail to ban. I mean, I think we should definitely add it to the server. And then how do we tie that to the API to start with? All right, so it looks like the architecture for this stuff basically is it uses a log emission to essentially create a it's like the record keeping. Timestamp, source IP, and outcome marker. Oh shit, okay, yeah. And then basically that creates the log, and then the log can be reset every so often. The filter. Yeah. There's new caddy access log. Yeah, of course. That's the better way. All right, let's do B for now. I don't understand C quite yet. Concrete repo changes proposed. Server scripts, caddy file, add a log directive. Yes to yep, correct. I think under You had questions. Wait. Is there any benefit to the wait list? Monsieur Fly, you're so cute, but I don't want you here. Sorry, buddy. Shoo shoo. You can fly. Fly. Fly away. Shoo shoo. I don't like... I hate killing flies, dude. It's like the worst feeling in the fucking world. It still makes me feel sick to my stomach. Oh, duh. Yeah. 127.0.0.1. That's the local machine itself. That makes sense. I drink a lot of lemonade. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Oh my god. I think definitely for the first question, I mean, have a consolidated failed to ban.md, but it should not be writing this now. Also, let's talk a little bit about the name of the actual file, because this should be called failed to ban server.md, and that should be the name of the file itself, or the folder that holds all the files, because it's server side. There's going to be two failed to bans. One of them is going to be on the server side, the other one's going to be doc side. And then question 2, can you ask me a more in-depth version of that? I don't know what exactly you're talking about in terms of the caddy log rotation. You're talking about how, like, the life cycle of it? Is that what you mean? Like size, how many fails to bans, and then how long it lasts for? Like in terms of how long to retain the actual data for? Would that be a cron job?
this dad finds out that his son set up a GoFundMe for Tamarion's family with a goal of raising $7,000 for them to get a home. The GoFundMe raised over $31,000 for Tamarion's family. This is another level of compassion right here. Big shout out to Laura. This is such a dope story.
Yeah!
That his son is being bullied in school so he confronts them.
That's a good story. Wait, are we? Did it? Was it already SCP'd? Wait, so it's not done yet. I mean, what's the next step from here? We're not done with the ticket until we're done with the task. And it seems like we're not done with the task. Hi, gorgeous. Beautiful. Baby. Little baby. Magenta. Purple. Paya. Leia. Alright, she's just dead knocked out. I thought she just wasn't responding to her name. Who's my baby? Oh, there we go. Alright, let's do that. Step 2. I'm definitely approving the read. Yeah. I might manually need to do this. This is fine. I don't mind manually doing it. I can also open it up for it to be able to do it, but that's like a huge fucking safety hole in my system, and I just don't want to have it fucking be open like that. It means anyone who hops on my machine can, I mean, they would have to get into my machine and stuff. The DNS record already exists. I don't think the TPM registry work was deployed into the live VM, but I definitely have the DNS A record set up, yeah, without a doubt. And yeah, I greenlight the read-only checks. Well, okay. I mean, well, here's the thing. Yeah, I would lose access for 10 minutes. Cool. That sucks. But I also really want to add fail to ban for SSH too. To be honest, I think it'd be worth it. I mean, having that kind of secure, as long as I don't get permanently blocked or can't get like, you know, permanently knocked out, I should be okay. What do you think about that? I mean, we can kill two birds with one stone, or would it make sense to have one fail to ban for this and then another fail to ban for the SSH? I mean, this is a solid little fucking security system. If that's the case, then fucking let's just roll with it. I mean, if that's the case, let's just roll with it. Oh. Yeah, let's make those edits. Go for it. Run it. Don't do a git push yet, though. We're not done yet. Then push to server, but And this is already live on the server. And then, other than that, I mean, do we need any other... Can we do the smoke test real quick? That's step 3, right? This would just be for the first 2 jails, for the proxy and TPM.
It's official. Has ever said. Has ever.
And so the other situation is there's people like this. You are.
Yeah, but like I said, you don't need to do the SSH one. It's already the default one. I don't want to break my SSH for 10 minutes. It's already set up. I didn't set it up. It's set up by default by Ubuntu, so I don't really need to test that. I mean, it's not really something that's within scope of what we added. So all we really got to do, like I said again, is test the 2 of those, the other 2. So like TPM and proxy. And yeah, just you can run the pseudo chain from the prior message. Yeah, run it.
interface, because when you buy an audio interface, you'll eventually upgrade your audio interface to a better audio interface, and then better preamps, and then better preamps, and then you have all these preamps and audio interface, so you need a better computer, so you upgrade your computer, and eventually your ears get better, and then you start upgrading to better microphones like the Shep's MK4s, and then these clip-on piano DPA 4099s. And then your vocal mics are like, I need better vocals. So you upgrade to this vintage Neumann M14.
God damn.
And I'm trying out a 14 in MS for vocals. Then you're like, well, I want bass clarinet in stereo as well. So I have this Shure VP88 stereo microphone with a mono Sheps on the bottom and a mono Sheps on top. And you're like, wow, look at this incredible room. I would love to record the sound of this room. So you use Earthworks Omni microphones as a stereo pair to capture this room. And that's why you don't buy an audio interface. Whatever you do, do not buy an audio interface, because when you buy an audio interface, you'll eventually upgrade your audio interface to a better audio interface, and then better preamps, and then better preamps, and then you have all these preamps and audio interface, so you need a better computer, so you upgrade your computer. And eventually, your ears get better, and then you start upgrading to better microphones like the Shep's MK4s.
Alright, or you could just test the thing I told you not to test. Goddamn. Alright.
It's official, AI art cannot be copyrighted. On Monday, the Supreme Court declined to take up the issue of whether art generated by artificial intelligence can be copyrighted under U.S. law. In case for those of you not
And let's wait the 10 minutes, so then that way we can see if it does auto unband. Miss Purpose! Leia! 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 Chiquita! In the meantime, let's start working on the next fail to ban. We need to do it for the dock. Same shit except for the dock API. Let's make sure that that's up and running. And basically, it's only one API, so it's pretty much just that one. You can see all the context for how it works. I'm not gonna say that. I want to see what it does when I do that. Dude, I'm barely using anything. In terms of tokens, I'm fucking doing great. And I've been using Max for the entire time. Well, not same shit, but like... Obviously, it doesn't have caddy. God damn it. Making me feel dumb. Correct. 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 So just one thing about the user and the Avahi address. So the thing about that is that it's a variable. So it's like it's currently that, right? JIA at JIA. Oh. But the thing is, that's just one setup of it. It has to be variable. So it's like whatever the current IP address is set to for Avahi. But here's the thing, it's like it's whatever is going to be accessing the actual API itself. So I don't understand why it has to be based on user and IP. I'm kind of confused there. We don't need a live doc rollout yet because we have changed so much about it, and we're in the building phase, so the doc is not up and running like that right now. We need to we're still in the building phase, like we're not in the testing phase, so that's going to happen later. After doing this one, we actually have to update the testing systems ticket that's there right now for the API stuff. And we should start a separate one, or no, actually just add it to the same one. Just start a second section that is inside of that ticket that says doc API testing, and then we should test fail to ban. Mention on the server side fail to ban has been tested, and then so it doesn't need to be pushed right now. I just realized that's what it was talking about. I was referencing something completely different. But it does need that ticket after it's done being built. The subsystem location works perfectly. Good job. I think that's great. What do you think of all this? those two locations are perfectly fine. I think that, yeah, that it should, like, when I was talking about, yeah, make sure that SSH port stays open during the ban in the case of that. That's what I was talking about when I said to mirror the server side, not the caddy stuff, but these particular settings that I have. Like, so it's like basically only the API has the fail to ban, because I believe Raspberry Pi OS has the fail to ban for SSH already handled. It should be fine, to be honest, because they are two separate systems. It's two completely separate fail to bans, two jails that are completely separate between the server and the dock. So that's perfectly fine. That asymmetry. Regarding one jail for 401 and 403, that's for the local API usage and the head scale usage for the API. God damn. Oh, that's fine. Ah! Wait a minute, there is no SSH mint. Isn't it only one API? Or are there two ports? Why are there two ports? Is it because they are two separate APIs that it's connecting to? But it should only be connecting to one API on the server side from the API on the dock side. Am I misunderstanding this? What exactly, summarize net explanation, what is the difference between 401 and 403? What are they used for? But correct. Ah, that's the error message. Yeah, include both then. Sorry. Thanks for explaining and also recommending that. I highly appreciate that. I'm very, very new to this stuff here. So that actually was a bit of a lesson for me. Thanks. Also, yeah, you're right. Technically, you can use the... Well, I am using SSH for also minting an API key, which is the next step within this whole system, but we're not there yet. Should I do a fail to ban for that? No, but if I'm using SSH, if I once I install SSH fail to ban, it'll automatically install the SSH fail to ban, like as a default. If so, I think I have everything. Yeah, the combined jail design, all that stuff, good to go. On the dock itself, the jail file location, we need to verify. Where are you proposing for that? In terms of the repository location, that's great. But I need to figure out where we're putting that in the doc. I mean, if we have a centralized location for all of the other ones, same location kind of works. If you already proposed that, then we're good to go. All right, great. ETC, yeah, place in the correct spot. Cool. I'm gonna give it a 3 today. Green light. Alright, I'm gonna pause this for a second because it might take a little while.
Here is 1520. The location is Tenochtitlan, one of the largest cities in the world, bigger than London, bigger than Paris. A metropolis built on water with floating gardens, massive temples, and causeways that connect to the island of the mainland. Over 200,000 people lived here with clean streets, fresh water, broad aqueducts. There were markets larger than anything.
If you form a tenant union, the city will stand with you. We will deliver the accountability you deserve from your landlord by doing a roof-to-basement inspection of order. Finally, through our new citywide campaign, Make the City, we will focus on the worst landlords in New York City. When necessary, we will take the rest of legal action to remove negligent owners and property. Stewards that include community land trusts, nonprofits, or even the tenants themselves. If you form a tenant union, the city will stand with you.
This Nobel Prize-winning chemist invented a machine capable of harvesting clean water from the driest land. We scaled this technology up into used
System designed by Nirvana Yagi works by using specially engineered materials that capture moisture in the air and turn it into drinking water. Turn it by company in Toko. The units are about the size of a shipping container. Can run entirely off low-grade thermal energy, which means they can operate even when electricity or water systems fail. Yagi says the technology could help communities hit by hurricanes or droughts.
I believe it's been 10 minutes. Yeah, definitely. Alright, it's time to test this. Wait, it's still banned? It's definitely been 10 minutes. It's been well over 10 minutes. Oh, currently banned. Oh my god. 0. I haven't tested the TPM. Let's test the TPM jail side. Let's do that one, the smoke test for that real quick. And then, I mean, we should have done both. I mean, but it's fine. I'm gonna assume because it has the same settings that it should pretty much just work. But let's do a quick test for that too. And then after that, update the ticket for auto ban, or for fail to ban, sorry, saying that we've tested for the server side only, but have not tested the dock side yet, and just mention that we did both dock side and server side in that ticket too. And honestly, I think we're good to do a git push. It's not the end of the day yet though, just a heads up, but do the full workflow for git push. Wait, if it's not up yet, can we need to test this to make sure it's working before we do a push. Oh shit. It hasn't been recording. Whoops. So basically, we tested, made sure it's working. The rest of the shit's on the fucking on YouTube, the recording on the stream. And then basically right now we just finished building out the dock side of the jail and the fail to ban and all that stuff, and now we're pretty much just about to test to make sure that it's working on the server side, the TPM fail to ban. Oh, wait a second. Wait. So why didn't the test... We need to test the other one to make sure that it does fail and that it does put in jail, that it does all this stuff, right? We have to make sure that it does that. That's what we gotta test first. Why do I need to edit the script? I want to test what the live script will be. I don't want to test something different than the live script will be. What's the point of that? What? That makes no fucking sense. Oh, so the upstream service is not running. Oh, wait a minute. The upstream service is not running. So let's turn it on so it's running and then test it. What the fuck? It should be running. Everything should be up and running. It should already be ready to go. That's the weird part. I thought we had already enabled this, but I guess we hadn't. Perfect. And then do the updates and then git push. Once again, not end of day. And please make sure you go through the entire workflow. All steps. I think this ticket is definitely ready to be closed. Alrighty, this is gonna take a while. Let's see how long it takes. Miss Poopies. Hi, Leia. Well, I grew up on an older road. Tomato always stay what I was taught. Now I found out my brand new clothes came second hand from the rich kids next door. Well, I grew up fast and I grew up mean. There's 1,000 things in my head I wish I didn't see. And now it feels stumbling through a real bad dream. And it feels like I'm falling apart at the seams. Thank you, Jack Daniels. Oh, number 7. Tennessee whiskey's got me drinking in heaven. And it'll start to look good to me. They're gonna have to deport me to the fiery D's. Thank you, Jack Daniels. Oh, number 7. Tennessee whiskey's got me drinking in heaven. And you know I can't stay here too long, 'cause I can't go a week without doing wrong. Without doing wrong. Without doing wrong. So I'm sitting at a bar stool and it starts to grow roots, and I feel worn out pair of shoes. I'm starting to think, what is it I'm supposed to do? And I'm slipping in the anchors only halfway through. So he spreads out his wings, just as wide as can be, and I say, go ahead and wrap them around me, 'cause all I wanna really do is hold on to sleep. Why don't you come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, lay next to me? Oh, thank you, Jack Daniels. Oh, number 7. Tennessee whiskey's got me drinking in heaven. And never runs dry, and you never wake up with those tears in your eyes. Thank you, Jack Daniels. Oh, number 7. Tennessee whiskey's got me drinking in heaven. And can't go a week without doing wrong, without doing wrong, without doing wrong. Oh, thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. Oh, thank you, Jack. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. Oh. Oh, my friend played that tune today. That's a good one. Let's see. What other songs do I know? You got a fast car. I got a ticket to an email. Maybe we can make a deal. Many ways they'll miss the good old days. Someday, someday. It hurts to say, but I want you to stay. Sometimes, sometimes. When we was young, man, did we have fun? Always, always. Promises they break before they're made. Sometimes, sometimes. Oh, Maya says I'm lacking in debt. I will do my best. You say you wanna stay by my side. Darling, your head's not right. I see long we stand together, we fall apart. I think I'll be alright. I'm working so I won't have to try so hard. Tables they turn sometimes, oh someday. Now I ain't wasting no more time. Now my fears, they come to me in three. So I sometimes save my friend. You say the strangest things I find. Sometimes, oh, my sense I'm lacking in debt. I will do my best. You say you wanna stay by my side. Darling, your head's not right. I see long we stand together, we fall apart. I think I'll be alright. I'm working so I won't have to try so hard. Tables they turn sometimes, oh someday. Now I ain't wasting no more time.
she wakes up in time to break down. She left a note up on the dresser and she's right on time. You don't know anything, right or wrong. I said I know, and she said so. I wanna panic, but I've had it, so I go. You don't know anything to anyone. But don't take your life, 'cause it's all that you've got. You'd be better off just up and leaving if you don't think they will stop. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place and in a better time. So you're tired of living, you feel like you might give in. Well, don't. It's not your time. I'll record that. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place and in a better time. So you're tired of living, you feel like you might give in. Well, don't. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place and in a better time. So you're tired of living, you feel like you might give in. Well, don't. It's not your time. God damn it. Mom. Mama. Leia. And when you wake up, everything is gonna. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place, in a better time. So you're tired of living, you feel like you might give in. Well, don't. It's not your time. And when you wake up, everything is gone. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place, in a better time. It's not your time. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place and in a better time. So you're tired of living, you feel like you might give in. Well, don't. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place and in a better time. And when you wake up, and when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place and in a better time. So you're tired of living, you feel like you might give in. Well, don't. It's not your time. That you wake in a better place and in a better time. So you're tired of living, you feel like you might give in. Well, don't. It's not your time. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place, in a better time. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place and in a better time. So you're tired of living, you feel like you might give in. Well, don't. It's not your time. God damn it.
to work.
José.
Hola, hola, ¿cómo estás?
Ay, José, qué guapo que está usted, José. ¿Quién dice que trabaja, José?
¿Ah?
¿Quién dice que trabaja usted? Ay, José, ¿qué es ese chinchero?
Eso es todo mi equipo.
Sí, no me caso. Hizo bueno el clima aquí usted, José.
Sí.
Está muy bien. Guapo.
Gracias.
Ay, José, qué lindo que lo tiene.
Esto le quiero dar, ir dando forma para tapándote el tubo, hacer el corazón acá. Hi, gorgeous. Hi, gorgeous. Come here. Chiquilla. Alrighty. So just double checking here. Oh. Hello, my pretty girl. Come here, my pretty girl. Does this workflow also update the to-do list? It should when we finish things. It did push everything at least. Chiquita. Oh, it only does it on end of day. It should do it per push. My love. Run it. Both. My love, amorcito mi vida. Ay, chiquita. All right, so up next is 427. Let's talk a little bit about that. Give me a little bit of an overview, net overview of the task, and then potential steps to take. Bulleted, please. Or actually in a table. Yeah, that'd be nice. I like tables. Amorcito, I love you, Leia. Mi bebita. Love you. Trying to get underneath it with my nails like this. You're purring violently. You're like aggressively purring. You're like purr, purr, motherfucker, purr. Oh, my baby. Too much text. Oh shit. All right, so let's keep talking a little bit about this. To be honest, I feel like it should be hard-coded with the actual user. So when the user is stated, it should update the database table for the doc. Preferences and parameters and things like that. So my question is, I would want it hard-coded with whatever is in there in terms of the user. It should not be able to search for any other users besides what is inside of the database. Then in terms of being able to search any nodes across the entire user base, I mean, that's fine, to be completely honest.
And when you wake up,
It's starting to touch on the fucking application side, the Mac side things. Oh shit. Yeah, you want to collect the username for initialization. Alright, hold on a second. Okay, so I think you're going out of scope here. Here's what happens. This is supposed to basically only be touching the initialization. But to answer the question in relation to local setup, which is the Mac side of things, it should be pulling the username from the database. It's not making a new username. It's just adding a node to the user base. Name. This is not within scope yet, though. we're going way ahead of ourselves. But sure, let's address this now. Why not? We're not currently working on this stuff. We're just coordinating the nodes and how they're going to work. We're not actually tying it to the application yet. We should only be like basically prepping the backend for the UI to be able to interface with it eventually. But we're not doing the interfacing right now. We're just messing with the backend. Shit, I forgot to clear out the fucking context window. That's another thing.
Come here, my poopies. Meow.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna go say hi to the notification. Alrighty. Whew. Alright. I don't think it actually understands what I need to do. Alright, let me see here. That makes sense. No, that makes sense. Exactly. No. Shit. So, when it comes to this particular system, there's a whole set of functions. God damn it. I need to import a lot of stuff before we do this, actually. There's the revamping of the watchdog systems, right? So that's a whole thing. And if you look, there's a ticket that has the revamp for the watchdog system, and that corresponds with this. So we should actually find that ticket and place it before doing this one, to be completely honest. That is something that we need to add right now. So let's update that. Find the ticket and then propose the ticket move, and we're going to move it into the current project that we're working in within the project cluster and place it at the very top. Oh yeah, for the recording. So essentially what ended up happening was we finished doing all the stuff. We finished creating the system, doing the push, and now we're going on to the next ticket. Approved. Let's do a quick git push, just a quick one. And then we're gonna clear the context window. I totally forgot to do that. All right, let's continue with today's work. What's next on the to-do list? All right, so let's talk a little bit about this ticket 222. So this ticket should basically cover the right capabilities to the watchdog. This is the overall architecture that we're going to be using for that. Essentially, the function is going to exist inside of it. essentially we want to use safe write. I think it already exists within one of the watchdog function files. I believe it's there already. The way that it should work essentially is it populates a JSON file, or it populates memory, like RAM, with the variables, and then basically it executes the list. Can we go over that architecture real quick? Because we have to make it make sense. I want it to live in memory. Before it is actually written. Because the goal here is going to be essentially, if there's a power failure, if anything happens, we don't lose the actions that were taken. That's the whole goal. So the second the action is triggered for the update to the database, it goes to this other thing, and then it populates the database through the single that writes it. Are you following me so far? Please keep your responses brief as shit. We're looking to do overview, okay? Overview. Please, for the love of God, keep them short. Yeah, let's look at that overview. First, we're gonna fix safe write so it works, and then we're gonna update the functions that access. Like, we're gonna make a function inside of the functions folder for the API that then access safe write. Wait, so is it making a new JSON file? I mean, my question is, the write queue file drop, right? What file is it using for that? Oh, it just drops .sql file? I mean, is making a .sql file per item the most efficient way to do this? Can it just be a .txt? And then just have it populate with that? I mean, there has to be like, or can it be a single file that exists and gets updated? What is the most efficient way to do that? That's what I really want to discuss first. But once that file shape, I mean, or is this the most efficient approach for it? I mean, as long as it's not like adding 2 seconds, you know what I mean? If it's adding milliseconds or even 1 second, I'm okay with that. But if it's adding like 5 seconds, I guess that would be like my. Is this like the most efficient approach for this, or am I like incorrect on this? Yeah, that's overkill. All right, then let's just do that. So and yes, let's verify and confirm the pickup mechanism. It should be picking up one file at a time, starting with the most recent one, and basically that's the other reason why I wanted it to be like a table or something, because then it's like based on the order that it's been ingested in. But then it's like you come across the same exact issue where basically it's like if you have 2 items that need to be written simultaneously, that's the only thing that we're trying to basically avoid, is because SQLite you can only have one user writing at a time. So it's like basically creating a queue so then the user can then write, but I want the queue to represent the order in which the data was received. You get what I'm saying? So I guess it would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like it would name it that way, I guess. Oldest first. But does it not already work like that? Does it not already work like that though? How? My question is, what is the system that the watchdog is using to queue the files for writing? Like, so like when it detects a bunch of files, right? It sorts one file at a time. It keeps going through the files, going through the files, going through the files. Where do the files go before going into the actual watch? All right, close the path A durability gap. How? All right, wait a minute. That's the problem. Unify. Yeah, that it sucks, but it's like, well, it doesn't suck. It's just challenging. To be honest, using in notify instead of the worker makes sense because then that makes the worker more of like a sifter. I like that distribution of responsibility, to be honest. What do you think? Yeah, it is huge. So basically, it gets triggered if there's ever any new SQL files. It should populate it automatically instead of going through the watchdog. You get what I'm saying? I am aware that this is a massive like rebuilding, restructuring of this system, but I think that restructuring this system in preparation, because it's still technically upstream from the application, right? So it's like these are the functions that need to get done in order to be able to do the other stuff in the future. So either way, this is all stuff that is upstream that needs to get done anyway, because everything that we're doing here is API related. And this is API related too, because this is one of the API functions that we're going to have. And I just figured that the updating of the database fits upstream already from the database being updated in relation to new users on head scale or a new node on head scale. So it's like it's still relevant. It's just that I need this infrastructure to exist in order to actually be able to make that other system or functionality. You get what I'm saying? That's exactly correct. Database agnostic by design. Yes. But it's not a future database. It's literally just another table within the database. You're correct when you say that it's database agnostic, but it's not really relevant because it's all going to be in the same database. It's just different tables within the database. It's already just one database. I don't understand what would be the point of distributing different databases. It's like you can just have different tables, you know? It's all relevant to the same system. Each database gets its own. And yeah, once we're done with this part of BT222, I think we should definitely just move it back to where it was. It's just that this part in particular, I need this to be done. But to be honest, I kind of just want to build this out already. The rest of it, I mean, if we're already here, you know? Even though it's a little bit out of scope, it's still something that needs to get done. And it's still... I'd rather do it now and then be able to work on the downstream stuff later than then work my way back, then go back to the upstream, then go back down to the down. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it doesn't make sense. So... Function currently lives inside Watchdog, ours Watchdog. The API is a different process. Wait, why can't I? Wait a minute. I can't add another. Does it need to be within the same folder structure? I can't point it towards the watchdog function? Like for the database? Or the other way around, I can't have the watchdog update the functions or utilize that function? All right, what about, I mean, like you can't even do it with like explicit path for an import? All right, what can the watchdog daemon process utilize that function if it existed inside of the functions folder for doc server API folder? I just rather would have one function, but if it's not possible, then I guess A. But I don't want to have to update two functions if I ever need to update this. That's the thing I'm trying to avoid. Basically, what I would like to have is a function that can be triggered to update the queue, right? And then in notify, updates the database. But I would like for the watchdog to also have access to this function on top of the API having access for manual updating. Why wouldn't it have access? Yeah, but we're not talking about those functions. We're only. I hate when it does this. No. Yes. But where's the location of that? Hold on. I hate the fucking... the wide ass... I can't stand it. Fuck, I need to change the name of that fucking database. Can we have the function live within the API functions? Because I feel like that's where all of the functions are going to live regarding like major edits, all that other stuff, anything related to the actual system itself, like fundamental system. I kind of also want to update, and I know this is going to be a lot. I think we should do this part first and then do the other thing that I'm about to mention, but I think we should change the name of the database and change the location because it's no longer accurate. It's not just a watchdog database. It is now like the entire system database. You know what I mean? Like the doc system database. It's more generalized now because of all the different tables that we have in here. It's not just the file systems that it's being kept by the watchdog. But this is after this. Like first, what do you think about that first thing I said? And then can we place the actual function, within the API functions folder instead? Then have watchdog import from there. All right, let's see here. Wait a minute. Wait. It's using the same. God damn it. All right, let's talk a little bit about this plan here. So the whole point is that we're not writing into the same database. There's no point. If the whole purpose is to be able to have multiple writers into the same database, read the context of the conversation. We were talking about having separate .sql files that have a single item inside of them in order to be able to actually pull from each one of those, like in order, like separate files. So it's like we don't have multiple writers working on a single file. That's the whole point. I think you're losing track of that part of the actual context here. The rest of it's looking good so far, but that part is huge. Wait a minute, I think I'm misreading that. Hold on, am I misunderstanding this? So, okay, let me speak it out to you. It's because it's so many goddamn words, and I don't know if one of the things that you're saying is not what I think it is, because I think I might be misunderstanding it. All right, so essentially what we're trying to do is Watchdog uses SafeWrite to create an SQL file inside of write_q folder. Then after that, picks up that whatever file that's in there from oldest to newest, and then executes that item within the database location. Now, also, the API can access that SafeWrite file and then create a new SQL file that goes inside of the write queue, and then after that it basically can update, access, be written into the database, the actual database, and executed in the database the same exact way that it did for Watchdog. Is my mental image correct for that? And basically, it doesn't matter if it's an API putting in an item into there or a Watchdog item that's added into there. It's always adding items. Am I right or wrong there? Okay, one last part. For the watchdog side, every single time that it's accessing, that it's before it actually writes, because it's going to be doing multiple items all of the time. Like, pretty much the watchdog side is going to potentially do like 20 items. It's going to create 20 SQL tables in this instance when it does this. And what happens if it has like 1,000 that it needs, like 1,000 files that it's processing, right? And what if, would it then need 1,000 files? And how much would that slow it down? Or 10,000 files? Would it slow it down any more than if it was working within memory, like it currently does? Should it store it in memory temporarily, then make one file once it's done actually processing all of the depending on what kind of like, or like have some sort of timeout situation where it's like if it hasn't received a new thing in X amount of time, make that new SQL table and push it, and then have it, and then that way it can be executed with individual like each individual row within the SQL table. Yeah, that's a thing. Yes, please. Let's do that. hold on. Let's take a look at this here. Correct. Update hours watchdog. Verify. Safe rate end to end with move toolbox close 407 reset it. Not verified. It shouldn't be testing. What is this test thing? Step 4. Or step 3. Like, I don't know if it can actually test because I'm not making this live yet. We're just building. We're not pushing to the actual dock. So I don't know how we can test this without actually pushing to the dock. It should make a ticket for it to be tested afterwards, but not right now. Why? We're just building, dude. Focus. Like, goddamn. Technically, yeah, you're right. We should test. But this is multiple pieces of hardware and software, all of which is not ready yet. Like, we are building the foundation to test. We're going to test when we do this separately. All right. Correct. Correct. Should this be in a separate fucking thing? No. No. Okay. Correct. Okay, correct. 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 Wait, what is this? Hold on. What is this doc_database file? .py file, sorry. What is that? I don't understand why we need that. The only thing that's writing to it is the same, it's the same thing for both. Why are you tying it to the other stuff already? Create doc server API functions and queue action from the sibling file. Build insert into queue. So there should only ever be one function that's actually writing into the database. That's currently called watchdog.db, right? Is that the one that it's writing to? I don't understand what that second file is. Okay, I gotta. Hello, Miss Poopies. You wanna go inside? It's about that time, huh? Come on, Poops. a second. I didn't fucking tie this into my goddamn... I didn't put my watch on charge. Alright, cool. Alrighty, let's see here. You just made a whole new plan. Why? No. What? That file... God damn it. Safe write is supposed to... output everything it needs. That other file doesn't even exist currently. Safe write is supposed to have all... The output of that is supposed to have everything that... would need in order to populate the database with. There shouldn't be two separate functions. That's so inefficient. It's basically all it has. There's two files. There's one file that creates the queue item, and then there's another file, that takes the queue item file and then populates the actual database with it. That way everything's streamed into that. I don't understand why or what is up there. Like, I don't understand what like, where am I missing something here? Are you proposing to not have that within? I don't understand what the second file would do. It shouldn't even be needed. Like there shouldn't be like, oh, it's something that's done later. No, that the thing is now. We are doing the thing now. I don't understand what, like, I'm kind of confused. Yeah. Exactly. The architecture remains as is. I don't understand what... I kept saying that over and over again. It's fine. It's like... It's just... The context window is getting a little dense here, I think. So I guess, yeah, it is a Watchdog database now. Then I guess it is technically still a Watchdog database. If it's the Watchdog actually updating it, then yeah, I'll keep that. Exactly. The shared primitive, all that shit. Why is it mentioning the Q table inside of... Okay. No. It shouldn't be placing it in a Q table in order to actually update it in the correct location. That's redundant at this point. It's made it, that Q table within the watchdog.db is the current queue that we're building within SafeWrite. Like all of the parameters that would have pushed into the correct table from the queue within the Watchdog database is what SafeWrite is creating, except it's creating it in a different location that way, because otherwise it's like, what's the point of having a queue that exists inside of the actual database that you're trying to make it so only one writer works within it? You get what I'm saying? The whole purpose is adding multi-writer functionality. So it's like you're adding a whole step in between. It's making the old queue redundant. Am I wrong here? Like, can you please double check me? Exactly. Exactly. Thread B. Correct. Hot damn. All of that just for this. Alright, wait. I'm sorry, at this point it's just so many words. Okay, I just want to make sure that this, like, let me outline it and be very careful, please, with reading everything I'm saying and make sure that it's exactly what I'm saying if you respond that it's exactly what I'm saying. Double check it. The function safe underscore write exists inside of the folder that you currently have. That's correct. The doc API. Yeah. Functions folder. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. This function is going to create an SQL table that goes inside of the folder, the Q folder. Both the watchdog or the API can access this function in order to create an item within the Q folder. Then the watchdog has a worker that pulls anything inside of the Q folder, any of the SQL stuff, into the database, into its corresponding table. So then it adds a new row. Does this all make sense? Is that what's that up there? And then what you said there in terms of follow on, separate work, do after it lands, file a new ticket, all that stuff, technically correct. But the rename, don't worry about that actually. Because as long as the watchdog is actually the thing that's updating the actual database, then I'm fine calling it that. At least for now. God damn, I burned myself. Yeah, SQL file. Yeah. Correct. 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 Finally. We worked from a fucking 9 list item. It was like 9 items at one point. More. Like, what the fuck, dude? This is 11 or 10. This was 11. Because 6A and 6B, dude. What the fuck? Hot damn. Good catch. But technically, we're working on the doc. It's very clearly laid out by the parent folder. But there shouldn't be a new folder that's called that. Oh no, that is called that. App server functions. That's correct. My bad. I forgot because there's the proxy side and then there's the app side. Yeah, let's talk about that afterwards. All right, so what is going on with 4A? Let's talk. You said it's dormant and 4B will wire it up. What is going on there? Let's talk a little bit about it. All right, so the file that exists for A it should be using the same watchdog daemon. So 4B, am I missing something here? Because it's supposed to, like, so the SQL file that exists gets populated by the watchdog, right? It should already have on moved, on whatever, like on copy, all that shit, all that data already exists within the SQL file that is inside of the queue. So I'm kind of confused here. That's how that should work. It should be populating anything. It should be populating with the table, the like that it's going to be going to, and then the columns that it needs, that it's going to be populating the row with. I don't understand what's. I'm missing that side of it, aren't I? We didn't hash that part out. Fuck. So the way that it works is basically. The first column should be, we didn't even think about this. Well, I didn't even think about this. The first column should essentially be the table that it's going to be going to within the database, right? The second one is the first item in the row. Then, the second column is going to be named whatever the columns that is, the second column over is going to be named whatever columns it's populating with the data for that row. That's probably not how it currently works, right? You did an awesome job pointing out the pause here. Good job. We need to work this out though. God damn it. I think, yeah, the JSON file. Then. But how much is this gonna add in terms of latency to do the JSON file like this? Microseconds. No, that's fine. That's fine. I like it better. we're not gonna make it SQL and JSON. We're gonna do one JSON files. That's the one that we're gonna do. But this is out of scope for where we currently are. We're gonna update those systems eventually. There's tickets for that. We're just focusing on what we're currently working on, which is just the actual queue and write to database system. That's it. Don't worry about the other stuff. Draw me out the signal flow for this database writing system from Watchdog and from API into database. This is a major, like, I don't blame it for being fucking confused. This is a huge fucking, this is one of the big ones. This is like one of the really, really big ones. This is like one of the biggest freaking changes that we could possibly make.
Nobody does anything.
So I'm asking it to draw me out the signal flow for this. Let's see what it does. It. Perfect. Correct. Fuck yeah. Okay, let's move. Let's move this ticket, that B2 222, back to where it originally was, the original project that it was at, because we just finished the part that we need to do. Or should we finish the rest of this ticket, do you think? I think it'd be worth it, to be honest. It's enough backend here that we, like, there's action-based stuff here too, like in terms of prepping for that kind of stuff. But I think if we prep the system to be able to do that, the actions themselves, I think that's enough to call this ticket done, instead of having it to actually like finish it all the way through and have it, or maybe do the, like, kind of like what we did here with the database writing, except action based. So it receives it from the API, just prepping like basically like a queue list, a separate queue list for just actions. I think that's the second half of this, isn't it? Am I wrong there? What, like, just briefly, like a couple words per sentence, like short, like 10 sentences max, yo. Like, for real. All right, let's do that. Okay, so basically same shit. It's gonna be the same exact thing. JSON file, except this time it's an action queue. But wait a minute, did you not make the database queue folder? I don't see it anywhere. No. It should always exist. I think having it within the actual framework and then just copying it in its location is the safest way to go. Don't you agree? I mean, do you agree? Please challenge me if you think it's the other way is better. Oh, wait a minute. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. The repo has no folder because empty directories aren't really a thing unless you commit a git keep. Okay, that makes sense. Is there any other folders like that? Okay. All right, solid. I like it. I like it a lot. Perfect. And then I guess what we should do is create a new folder called action queue. And then basically do the same thing except only through API. So it receives an action through API and then basically add another script inside of the functions folder in here. Basically for specifically actions that would have been SFTP actions. So any of that stuff. Don't worry about actually naming them, just a placeholder file for now. We're gonna fill it in later, but what we're currently building is just basically we can do the same watchdog, I think, to be honest. Where if there's any same system as the other one, it's going to be a JSON file with the item, like the destination, the source, variables, and then the actual function that it's going to call. And then the actual function that it's going to call. Fuck. The actual function that it's going to call, the variables, and the actual function that it's going to call. And that's pretty much it. Most of the things that we can do here are either going to be move functions, essentially, rename, all that sort of stuff. Everything that the app is capable of doing. But don't worry about actually putting them in there. Worry about like the formatting for the actual, make it so it could be like filled in by a variable. You know what I'm saying? And then on the other end, it's going to receive the variables and it would have the functions to be able to access them. Basically, it would trigger, it would, like, the watchdog would then gather that, it would gather the function in relation to the variable that's pulled from the JSON file, so on and so forth. Am I getting ahead of myself, or are you following? Action queue? Let's call it actions. And then this is also where, let's call it action queue. Safe action. Because basically that's what it is. It's a safety for power outages and all that sort of stuff. And then there's also going to be a second .py file that we're going to fill later with the actual functions. Basically everything that SFTP backend is capable of doing in terms of like the actions and all that sort of stuff. Like all of those pretty much are going to live here eventually, but don't worry about that right now. I'm just giving you that as context to know why we're making the second .py file there. We should call that second .py file once again like docactions.py. I think that's a good name. It basically would hold everything. Correct. before.
Lies a snake, the sun in my disgrace, boiling heat, summer stench, neath the black sky looks the dead. Call my name to honest friend.
Wow, okay.
In my eyes, indisposed, in disguises no one knows, has a face, lies a snake, the sun in my disgrace, boiling heat, summer stench, neath the black sky looks the dead. Call my name through the cream. I'll hear you scream, I'll hear you scream, hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? In my eyes, cold and damp, still the wind would try, my friend. Times are gone for honest men. Sometimes too far for snakes. In my eyes, walk in sleep, and my youth I pray to keep. Heaven sent, hell away, no one says like you anymore. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come?
I want to record that.
In my eyes, indisposed, in disguises no one knows, hides a face, lies the snake, the sun in my disgrace, boiling heat, summer stench, neath the black sky looks the dead. Call my name through the cream, I'll hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun, in the sun, lies the snake, lies the fan, the sun in my, the sun.
Wait. That's not the right chords. I gotta find these again. Alright, this one potentially. God damn it, that's the fucking official one. Okay. Well, if I go like this, it just finished. I wanna fucking practice this song so bad. So if I go up 4 steps, let me think. Hold on a second. We're in A, so I go down 4 steps. 5 steps.
Indisposed, in disguise as no one, in disguise as no one knows. Hides a face, lies a snake. The sun in my disgrace. Boiling heat, summer stench. Neath the black sky looks the dead. Call my name through the cream. I hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come? In my eyes, indisposed, in disguise as no one knows. Hides the face, lies the snake. The sun in my disgrace. Boiling heat, summer stench. Neath the black sky looks the dead. Calls my name through the cream. I hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Boiling heat, summer stench. Neath the black sky looks the dead. Call my name through the cream. I'll hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? I fucked up the last chord. In my eyes, indisposed, in disguise as no one knows. Hides a face, lies a snake. The sun in my disgrace. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? In my eyes, indisposed. In my eyes, indisposed. In disguises no one knows. Hides a face, lies a snake. The sun in my disgrace. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? In my eyes, indisposed. In disguises no one knows. In my eyes, indisposed. In disguises no one knows. Hides a face, lies a snake. In my eyes, indisposed. In disguises no one knows. Hides a face, lies a snake. The sun in my disgrace. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? In my eyes, indisposed. In disguises no one knows. Hides a face, lies a snake. The sun in my disgrace. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain.
Alright, I'm gonna record that later. I have to practice it more. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Alright, so let me know if my mental architecture and flow here is correct. Essentially, API receives a request to do an action. It queues up the action log, creates a file with the action formatting, the source, destination, all the variables that it needs for the action, including the action as the first item. And then after that, that would get populated by the watchdog to then trigger the function that does the actual action itself. Is that pretty much it? Nice. Okay, wait a minute. It should be making the files. The files should be in order though, right? For action queue. Am I misunderstanding something here? Yeah, the handler is the thing that actually does the actual actions, but it also handles. It can call safe right, but then it also uses the output of safe right to also populate the database with the new row. But then that same watchdog is also used to do the actions. Am I gonna come up across race conditions because of this? Like, for example, the watchdog, let's say, is moving files, and then it needs to do a database update for the file that it moved. Would it try to trigger both? And like, let's say there was a bunch of actions for it to do. Would it be cleaner to have two watchdogs? One of them being an action watchdog, the other one being the database one. Or is the one watchdog capable of doing that without any race conditions? Okay. Is that the current architecture for the threads? They're race safe because it's 2 threads, 1 daemon. Perfect. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this particular part of the ticket. The next part is going to basically be actually assigning all of the actions, correct? And then if that's the case, then we should probably move it to the old location in the old project that it was in. Or did the ticket only have these parts? Because I know there's multiple tickets that mention SFTP, restructuring, API, all that sort of stuff. There's actually legitimately multiple tickets mentioning this. So this one in particular seems to be just the actual API itself. Does the current actions that we've taken satisfy as the ticket as being completed? That's another question. Yep, make the note. Let's do a git push. Not the end of day yet. And add that note to the BT222 about where we currently stand with it, how we made the framework and the foundation, but we have yet to update the actual functions for the actual actions themselves. And then let's call that ticket closed. I think the action vocabulary, why would we need another ticket for path A unification, step 4B? Isn't that already done? One ticket for live test verification, absolutely. And let's call this one but to be honest, this falls within the actual API testing. So maybe it's another item within the actual ticket for API testing. And then one ticket for action vocabulary, I think that already exists. But yeah, what is step 4B, the ticket for path A unification step 4B? Isn't that what we did here? No, but wait. How am I not understanding this? Does SafeWrite as it currently exists not currently cover that? Then it's not done yet. Then it's not done yet. It's supposed to be the, like, onCreated is supposed to be calling and using SafeWrite. So it's not actually tied to SafeWrite. Yes! That's what? It was suggesting to fucking... it was suggesting to straight up just like, oh, it's done! Let's push it! I'm like, what the fuck? Whoa.
No license.
What the fuck? It didn't do that before? Holy shit, dude. Alright. We're okay. We're still on track here. %, until 11 p.m. All right, cool. We're making some good progress here. Vocab extension. Unmodified, undeleted, all of them. Unmoved, yes, all of them. Simple have first, yes. Okay, yeah, let's do the simple half first, and then let's do the complex half right after, in a separate part of the conversation. Let's just focus on the simple half first, yeah. So just to clarify here, in a nutshell, what it's supposed to be doing is it already has all the variables that it needs to fill the actual SQL table with, except now we're just, instead of populating the SQL table directly through the watchdog, we're populating SafeWrite. And then the watchdog takes the stuff from and populates the database. All right, now let's follow the same architecture for the other ones. Why are they complex? It's pretty much the same exact thing, except... yeah, how are they complex? Briefly. Very briefly.
The United States CDC sent out a
70
Does a row exist at the destination? Is that in relation to the actual trash, or is that for use in general within whatever folder it's being moved to? Because I feel like it shouldn't be doing that one. That logic is currently handled by the merge functions and all that sort of stuff in the SFTP stuff, which is eventually going to be the actions for the actual stuff, but for like the action queue and all that stuff, and like the actual functions that go in the action functions, whatever the fuck file within the functions folder of the doc API. So I think that might be stepping on the toes of those functions. It is a good thing we're going through these. Sounds great to me. We're going to be restructuring that later. There's another ticket here where we're restructuring the actual database to also include folders now because it's simpler than what it currently is, potentially. I wanted it to be just already filtered as just files with the paths, but I think having folders would be a good idea. I mean, it still is the same kind of complexity, but still, it's like folder or directory, same shit. Alright, it's going to be executing this for a little bit. Where does this put me? Where does this put me in relation to 222? Can you update the ticket with these status? Can you also verify which ticket is the action one? And place that in that status for that one? For the action vocabulary section? Other than that, I think we could call this ticket closed, to be honest.
Hey man, you wanna start a band?
Okay, let's do a git push, not end of day yet. Git push, but make sure you do the whole workflow, okay? Alright, so in a nutshell, what ended up happening was it did the things that it was supposed to do for the last big push that we did. It was for the actions. Basically, I was tying all of the... basically, I hadn't tied the actions for the watchdog to SafeRate yet, but SafeRate was firing to the actual database correctly, so that was good. Then I updated the ticket in relation to what was done. And then after that, we did a git push. Oh no, then we did the other half, so they're divided into two halves. I removed one part. Basically, there was a unmoved path, logic path, that was basically stepping on the SFTP logic for the actual move logic. So it was stepping on that, so we moved that out. That's some parts here. Unmoved. Debound skip. Or no. It was appended. So, or this is the one. And then after that, we kept the trash one though. We kept that one. That was the only complicated part to it, and then was able to do it. And then we checked up to make sure that everything was done. I asked to please state the correct ticket for this, and then it did. And now we're doing a git push. Did it do the full ingestion? That's correct. Yeah, it's correct. Are you going to continue with the rest of the stuff? Correct, but I hope it does the other stuff because it seems to have skipped some steps. Unless it does ticket first. Okay, it's doing the ingestion. All right, I'm gonna pause this because it's gonna take a little bit. This part should take quite a bit of time actually. So I'm gonna go grab some food and I'll be right back. Wait a minute. What are you doing? It found an error. No, it didn't even do it last time. That's what you mean to say, is that you didn't do it. No. Wait a second. It's not that you over deleted. You didn't even do it. This. Wait a second. Wait a second. Execute op, ident re, batch buffer, all of these things, the action queue, these are things that you should have done in the last thing. Why? It's not that you didn't, it's not that you deleted them, it's that you straight up didn't do them. Am I wrong here? So you purged before you were able to actually update them. But isn't that what we replaced in the last change that we did right at the very end? Like the actual actions tied to the actual... Oh, wait, is it for updating the database from the JSON files? Or is it the actions for updating the JSON or creating the JSON files from the watchdog? Which part of the flow do they belong in? Very, very brief explanation, please. On both ends. That's what I thought we were adding. Oi, jeez, dude. That's what I thought we were adding in the last prompt that I had given before we did the push. Please double check the signal flow for that entire workflow again. Just make sure that things are connected. I know that the actual syntax for certain things are missing, like for example actions and all that sort of stuff, like the actual actions themselves, but for the database side at the very least, let's make sure that that's all fully wired up, please. Alright. Alright, cool, 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 cool. Awesome. Alright, so everything was pushed. Everything looks pushed here. So we're back ready to go. Alright, so let's do a... I think so. I'm just double checking. God damn. At 10 p.m. it renews the token. All right, let's continue the project from the to-do list. God damn. Okay, so this first thing, I believe we now have the infrastructure to actually do this. Okay, so the first thing we gotta do is make it so when you create a node, you can update the node within the nodes that are available within the dock. I think we should make a separate table for this part. Let's see if it can handle. It's not creating nodes. Hold on. Hang on a second. Let me pause. All right, let's pause this for a quick second here. So handler found that the current state has no user parameter gate at all. Is this in relation, because Mint Preauth is the node creator. It's just that it happens on the Tailscale side on the dock. So I'm kind of confused here. It shouldn't be worried about the server side because Mint Preauth is what actually creates the node technically. It's just that it's not claimed. Oh. Okay. This makes sense. So this is basically to be able to read the nodes. The function of this is basically to check your node once you do the local setup. That's why you had brought up the local setup stuff. I see. How about this? We make it return the full list of every single node for under the user, right? It pulls the username from the actual database. So we need inside of the, I think it's doc status. I think that's the name of the table, something like that. Before we do this part, we need to make sure that we store the username. Oh wait, no, we don't even need to do that. No, we don't even need to do that. For head scale. So essentially what we're doing and then it could filter based off of the application of that list. So whatever it could be, like if we need to look at the full list, we can, or if we need to pull certain data for a specific user, we can. Is that basically the function or the goal of that? Please verify first. Exactly. It uses the TPM path within the actual TPM database to find what the username is. That way we don't even need to store the username on the actual doc itself. That's perfect. The implementation above is exactly what I'm looking to do. Implication, yeah. / implication. Correct. Perfect. Because then we can use this list now to delete nodes basically. If we want to delete a specific node, we can. If we want to do like that, that's all UI shit later. That's stuff we can add. I mean, if you want to do that now, fuck it. Wait a second. For the local setup stuff, we have not set up any of the app side things yet. I kind of want to set that to the very end of all of this stuff. Like the whole API setup, that's like at the very end. It's like first we're working upstream stuff. We're preparing for the app side stuff. Because there's going to be functions that we need to make in certain infrastructure architecture and architecture that actually organizes it correctly. Otherwise, I know how fucking AI does its architecture, and it's basically code spaghetti. That's what I'm trying to avoid. So we're taking this one step at a time. Can you clarify this a little bit, like in terms of cross-user claim attack and provision, and then current provision replace existing equals true? I don't understand. What's TPM-B and TPM-A? There's only one TPM situation here. I don't understand why there's two here. You need to severely shorten this. This is way too... I don't need to read all this. I already know I don't. See? TPM AB, future multi-user. Today, single TPM, non-issue. Why would it be a... Why would it be... Wait. Why would it be a problem with multi-user today? The doc is spinning up different instances of the API, and each API is being verified that it's coming from the doc, and it's pulling up different TPM-ish like instances. For the API, I don't see how that's a problem. The only time that it's actually writing to the... What is this TPM multi-user in relation to? And we don't need to do a nuke yet. That's not gonna be a thing really. We don't need to prep for that. That's something else. That's a development tool, and I would make it if I needed it, but we could just do that by just pushing a fresh database in. The only time a user is created is during the initialization. And the only time that the initialization happens is based on it happening for the first time. But in the future, the only person that can actually do that is the owner of the doc. That is the only person that actually has that permission. There's never going to be two users updating the username for a head scale, ever. And then the only nodes that are being created by the user owner, right? The doc owner of the user. The user that's the owner of the doc, good God. And then it's being claimed. So it's like, there's never going to be an instance, and the nodes are not being tracked in the database, in the TPM database. The only thing that's being tracked is the user. And I believe maybe when it was created, there's some other columns there. I forgot which ones they were. But this might be a non-issue. the max side being deferred, I would want this ticket to be at the very end of this project priority. Project cluster. Quick question, is the app side within this project cluster or does it happen in the next cluster? Yeah, let's add it to that cluster. Let's do, yeah, that cluster that you recommended there. I think that fits it. All right, so basically the shim stuff was essentially the multi-user, correct? So that also makes, does that make C and D also retired as well? I'm sorry. Then basically we just gotta move that ticket to the correct location, the correct cluster now. Question: Is there a ticket that ties to the API proxy for the Tailscale stuff already? Because if that's already there for like the dock initialization and then the local setup, because if it's already there, then this ticket is actually can just be totally called completed. I think that's it for this part of the back end, to be completely honest. I want to see what's next. So, proxy and term security. What even is that? Because I think that's already taken care of. But they should have been added to completed tickets, right? There. Let me just double check to make sure it's fucking adding these tickets to the completed tickets. Today. %, not bad. All right, let's take on the next task in the project priority, top project priority ticket of the top project in the priority project list. Yeah, you get what I'm fucking saying. Alright. God damn it, that solo is so good. I can listen to that all day. Wait, wasn't that the one I just finished? Oh, no, that's the other one. So doc nodes don't need to actually be tracked in the database because they're already tracked within headscale. And then all we really need to do is tie it to the headscale user, which was what we did in the last ticket pretty much. I think this ticket is no longer actually relevant because I don't think the system actually is needed for that. Can you double check for me, please? Just verify with the last ticket that we did today. But I believe the current system makes it so we don't need that. Oh, the doc node. To be honest, we don't need the doc node to be, because the actual logic for filtering is gonna happen on the app side. So we could just there's a consistent naming convention across all of the docs for the actual node itself. So, and it's hard written in. So honestly, like, we could filter based off of that. It's already a thing. But I just realized that we do need one thing though that's outside of this, but this ticket can be retired. But one thing we do need is basically, oh, that's the reason. We do need that. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. I think the original reason behind it was to not have duplicate nodes, but usernames. But what we actually can't have is duplicate usernames, and that's already... That's not, that actually is not a ticket that exists yet. That is another, that's a gap within the backend currently. Because you can't have duplicate usernames, and we have no way to actually compensate for that. Unless we automate it. And just basically add some sort of like ending thing. If it exists already within the username thing, just add _1 or _2 or _3, whatever like the next one is. I think that would make sense. But then it would need to be tracked within the actual doc, so we'd actually need to pass it through anyway. That's actually a legitimate gap though. Or should I make it return something that says, because then it would need to check the entirety of the user names that exist currently. If that exists already, you can't use that, you need to make a new one. But I would want the people to be able to, like, let's say we had like 30 people named John or Mary or whatever the fuck. I guess those are very common names, but I would want them to be able to use their names if they want to use it. It's not like a username within like a database of usernames, in the sense that they're completely independent from each other. They're not actually tied to each other. So it's like on the front end, I would want them to be able to have that. But on the back end, on my end, I would want to have some sort of differentiation between each one, because then I guess the differentiation would be the actual, well, I mean, why not tie it to the public key? But then you can potentially have, could you potentially have duplicate public keys? Is that possible with TPM chips? Then if that's the case, I mean, let's just simplify it, to be honest. Oh, then that could actually be solved by the actual TPM chip creation, but that's even further upstream. You get what I'm saying here? But, and I'm sorry, in relation to this current ticket, I think, to be honest, 442 I think is redundant. I would really like to hear your thoughts. Please try to be combative if you can. Or if you think that's a good idea, if you think I'm correct, please let me know why I'm correct. If you think I'm wrong, please let me know why I'm wrong. Briefly though. Alrighty.
green light for all of that. Propose next moves. Good to go. Agreed. I agree with the project placement for the ticket BT 480. Yeah. Honestly, I think the dead code is fixable right now, to be honest. I mean, we're fucking here, right? Might as well just do it. Might as well do something within this context window besides just say a ticket is irrelevant.
One of the biggest lessons I've learned from creating videos for many, many years
Also, just double checking this last change. It just removed the doc node column from the actual TPM database, correct? Right. Yeah. Well, it's supposed to SCP in. Was that everything for this? The fuck? SQLite 3 is definitely set up. It has to be. Woof, otherwise we found a big gap. But don't I need the SQLite 3? But don't I need SQLite 3 to be able to actually update the actual database? Oh, wait, this is the Python library that I have. Yep. Okay. I mean, honestly, let's just copy the... I mean, why would I want to update it this way anyway? Let's just copy it, overwrite it. That's the whole point. We're doing SCP for now. It's supposed to just copy it. That's what the workflow lays out. We're not, everything gets changed in the repo and then gets updated in the actual live server or dock. Why would I want to do it the other way? Why would I do it? That's what the workflow says. No, 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 no. We're not copying the schema. We're copying the actual database file. That way it reflects what's currently inside of the actual repository. Why would we push the schema? The fuck? Yes, it's not live yet. We're still in the building phase. It's supposed to reflect whatever is currently in the repository. I'm giving the green light for that. I appreciate you worrying about that, but I need it to be doing what I need it to do. Hold on. It's okay to overwrite it. The fuck? There is literally 0 items in that database currently. It just exists as a part of the pipeline. There is no data in there. But I appreciate the safety. I mean, I appreciate that, but goddamn, dude. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful. I am grateful that you got it, but like... But I'm just double checking. What we currently did is essentially just update the TPM registry schema and the actual... And now we're going to be pushing this registry out. Oh my lord. You're overcomplicating this by so much. No way. Okay, so I'm just double checking here. What we just did was update the database. That's all we did, correct? That's the dead code that we got rid of. What? Right, so the dead code was basically in reference to the doc_node column, correct? Awesome. Then this ticket is officially closed. And let's move on to the next one. Let's do a git push. It is not end of day. Confirm? So the project is done, correct? It shouldn't be verifying with me. Like if it falls within the rules of removing project and project clusters, then it's true. You don't have to check with me. If it is what it is, it is. I don't understand why you're asking me. I think this is all right, yeah. Use the context. What the fuck? All the information you need is there. think I'm gonna keep going until 11. 11:20 when it fucking restarts. Maybe 12 a.m. I'm going at it for 8 hours, almost 9 hours now. Not bad. I mean, I got one ticket done. I mean, one project done. We did a lot of restructuring, which is good. The only downside is this new workflow fucking takes time. That's the end of TPM subsystems, isn't it? Two, 4, 7. So let's see. All of this shit, honestly, most of this stuff is just stuff that it could just do. Most of this is done. This is done. Maybe done. Maybe done. This is further down the line. This probably redundant. I could probably knock these out. All right. Alright, so get pushed past. Is that the next ticket already? 480? Really? I'm down. And then do we really need the per request audit log? I think we do. Fuck. We do. I feel like that's an easy one to get done. Like that's not going to be a crazy one because all it literally is going to be, it's like it grabs the variable, does it exist? Yes, it takes care of it on the back end, and then we need to make a separate ticket for it to be taken care of on the front end. If the username on the front end has a number next to it, then well, it doesn't even ever use it because it uses the TPM. Before we start this, I have a quick question. Is it possible for TPM public keys to be identical, for two of them to be identical? I know statistically it's probably not probable or likely, but it is plausible. So, I mean, if it's astronomically huge of a potential, then we need to figure something out. But if not, then a potential, then it's pretty much figured out. But I think we should still have some sort of like public key regeneration on the generation side of the TPM chip public private keys. If the public key is identical to something that's already available within the TPM database, then it shouldn't do it. Like it should make another one, and until it's no longer matching one within the actual public key database. Because 480 is depending on that, actually. Because we're using that as the source of truth for the actual unique identifier for every user. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while it does this. It's gonna have to another prompt to actually figure out. Honestly, we should fold it into 480. It's part of the same system. Ultimately. This time it lasted 2 hours. It lasted 2 hours before bugging out. Good for you, buddy. I'm appreciative. Oh. Wait, if the unique column already calls it, I forgot about that. All right, so then it should just basically, if it gets rejected, then auto launch for another one. Basically. So if it gets rejected as being already within the database, because it's a unique column, then that fixes it. I mean, that's pretty much the logic right there already for checking. And then all we gotta do is basically just, if it gets rejected, relaunch. That would be the scope of that workflow there. To basically make another one, another key pair, and then the public key added to the public key column. And if it gets rejected again, keep repeating until it doesn't. That's pretty much it.
By a judge or something. It is just something that Donald Trump told the government he controls to give him. And so now the government he controls is going to put almost $2 billion into a fund for him at the Justice Department, and Trump's Attorney General will control the money. There's no judge involved, neither the courts nor Congress.
We just gotta make sure that the TPM generation happens early within the build. Maybe even first. Or as high up as it possibly can. Because within the image build, right? Because I feel like if it's gonna fail early. I mean, either way, I guess it's always gonna have that loop, so it's always gonna do that. Fuck. Alright, never mind. But I mean, I prefer it early. What does Claude.md have to do with this? I think no cap makes sense because honestly, like, so for 6, yeah, I think no cap makes sense because it should just keep going until it's, because if it's gonna have a duplicate and it shoots twice in a row for the astronomical odds, right? And it gets 2 in a row that are identical, then obviously I would want it to keep going. I mean, it would eventually solve to true. It has to. It wouldn't create an infinity loop. Then for 7, yeah, we should definitely make a note about this system within the real chip behavior ticket, without a doubt. So yeah, go on those edits.
Is approving any settlement or overseeing any part of this? This is just Trump getting a ton of taxpayer money to dole out. Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin today called it, quote, nothing but a racket designed to take taxpayer dollars out of the Treasury and pour it into a huge slush fund for Trump at DOJ to hand out to his private militia of insurrectionists, rioters, and white supremacists, including those who brutally beat police officers on January 6th. Well, the reviews are in, and they're pretty much unanimous. I mean,
You're moving this far.
Let's go. Yeah, start at 1. All right, let's see here. That's the last one is important. I think that, I mean, if it's claimed, it's claimed. It's tied to the TPM chip. So after that, if they want to change the name, they can change the name. It's changeable, right? Because that's an option. I mean, that's a future feature for the API. Unless it's already there. I don't think it's there already. But the point is, it's like once it's tied to the TPM chip, you can't tie it to anything else. You can't tie yourself to anything else. You can't make another user. I think the claim status is pretty much just, honestly, at this point, potentially redundant, because if the username exists, it's claimed. Like the actual TPM chip, like it was used. So I think it might be redundant, to be honest. Like that whole claim status. The claim status is the existence of a username. And then from that point on, it can continue. If the username exists on the app side, then ignore that step entirely. Does that make sense? Because here's the thing. Fuck, I was gonna say something else. Fuck, I forgot. So we actually need to update the ticket where we talk about this to also mention this decision here. Like the ticket that actually addresses this particular step in the initialization, this only happens in initialization. It does not happen in local setup. Local setup is for docs that were already set up and you're setting up the application. The initialization is if you bought a new doc and you're setting it up for the first time. So this only regards the actual initialization process. Cool. So I think that yes, make the ticket, the new ticket. None of them carry the init. If none of them do, then yeah, make the new ticket and then add it to the list in the same project as the tail scale setup, where the tail scale setup one is. .282 dockside, tail scale up, retry, all that stuff. Like basically the updating for all that, because we're going to be updating the local side of things and. 'Can you ask me where, like, can you ask me in a questionnaire, like, all the questions you need answers to, because they're all intermixed here, and it's just, like, a lot of text. it's part of 480. I don't like that it try to give me like a bad recommendation. It was bad. I guess I just disagreed. No, that's not the fucking design. No, the whole purpose of changing the... Are you talking about the username for question 4? Are you talking about the username in relation to the servers? Like... Because if that's the case, that's what we just are doing here. That's the whole point. It's not... they could type in whatever they want, but it's a back-end change. The front end always shows... doesn't show actually even show the username at all, like in the sense of like the head scale username. There's never anything that populates anything that has anything to do with head scale username. It is always deduced from the TPM public key. Can you expand on question 5? Does that answer your question for 4? condense this. Holy shit, dude. I need, like, condense it, summarize. I need options summarized, not fucking like 30 years of fucking text to read. One at a time, not like all the questions at once. Alrighty. Displayed name? You're talking about the actual name. Like the username? It's the username. Or the doc name. Either way, you have the context for this. It exists. I know it does. Because it's in doc init. And I have intent files that I lay out exactly what... How did you not check this? Why is this a question? Oh my god, dude. I think I'm just getting annoyed at it for no reason now. No. Read the wiki. That's where it has everything. You don't have to read the actual intent files. My bad, dude. All right, for number 5. And wait a minute, for question 4, which name were you looking for? Are you looking for the username regarding like the doc, like in the user itself in the doc, like user 1000? Are you looking for the name of the doc itself because that's what the name of the node is? Or are you looking for like the username for the actual for like head scale? Because user 1000 is the username, but it's gonna pull it from the input, which is the placeholder, that happens before the head scale step. It collects the data, and it could just use that variable. It exists within the actual JSON file. So for question 5, what are the odds of having two that are identical? Because once again, if it could happen in the astronomical amount that is capable of existing within a public TPM key, like where two of them are identical, although technically, I mean, is it using just the first couple of digits of the TPM public key, or is it using all of it? Because if it's using all of it, then the logic is already accounted for in terms of it being a unique key. If it's using some of it, then technically, once again, we've come across a potential where we can have two identical ones. Because that's a potential. Technically, let's say it was 777A1, then you have two, but it has like the entire thing is like 777A145, and then you're only using up to the 777A1, then you have two 777A1s, even though the other one is 777A147. You get what I'm saying? If you're using the whole key, then yeah, let's go that route. If we're not using the whole key, I think that was the initial logic. Fuck. Then that would fix it, yeah. Honestly, let's go with that route. Let's just use the whole fucking key as the... Although, is there any danger with putting the public key out as part of the username? Potentially. If I tie other things to it, then that could potentially break some stuff. So maybe that might not be the best idea either. What if we do the public? No, I don't like it. You see, like that's a potential. That's a leak potential, because that's something that can be found in STDN. Out. You get what I'm saying? Like you can get something like that potentially from the console. I don't like it. Right. STD out. My bad, not STD in. Whatever. Yep, go.
jammies on and that's it. Get my jammies and jam out. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, you stay warm there, my dear, and I hope that your pop is plentiful and your rum is even more plentiful.
Yes, you too.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, love you too.
All
Take
right,
care.
take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hey,
I recorded all of Hamilton in an Adam Sandler voice, the entire musical. I'm doing one song at a time. This is Dear Doja. Got Harmonies in there.
Last episode, we made ears for my dog, but she's a nose, I think, based on your suggestions. But I wanted to add those little stupid joke glasses, and I think the style video, so I did that, and I got so fixated on making it functional hinge. I don't know why. And since you guys really like the screenshot of her just sitting there, I decided I was going to make a bunch out of it, and you can see there's maggots in the front, so I decided that the nose wasn't feels easy enough, so I added it up. And of course, I needed pores, because why not? I printed the glasses on a solid plate, and this was really big for those. And now we're going to just work with some wire and holes. It's a little gradual, but it's works. And of course, it needs eyebrows and mustache, so I installed that with my current activation. I always have a little around.
All right, so 480 is fully designed. Do you have any other questions for me? You pretty much have where to put the functions, all that sort of stuff. You already have all that designed out. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. .481 is already ready to implement? No, it's not. That's the app side one. We are, once again, only focusing on what we are actually doing. The project priority, project ticket. That's the one we're looking for. The other stuff, it's in another section. It's in a completely, 481 is a completely different project, isn't it? Oh. My bad, I misunderstood. Let's execute 480. Alright, I'm gonna pause the recording here because it's gonna take a hot minute. Oh wait. What? We already have that laid out. The first one doesn't have one. The second one has an _1. And it goes up from there. Is that the question? And what's the next? Now I see what you're talking about. That's an interesting one. I forgot that already existed. We already had a 12 character random value that was created per doc. Fuck. That already existed. Because 12 digits is huge. With 25, I don't even know the math for that, but I'm sure it's a couple trillion. One out of every couple trillion will be the same. We could just add the logic in there that if it creates one that's duplicated to make another one again until it's no longer that instead of the appendage. The provision where it goes _1 _2. I mean, that's a little bit. Either way, I mean, is it just semantics? There's no security benefit to the random, right? Unless there is, maybe. I mean, potentially, I could see some sort of benefit to that because then you can't really guess it. I kind of want that. Because then every user is going to have a random 12 character appendage next to it. And then just add the logic to it to basically, instead of being the appendage, like, I mean, sorry, not the appendage, making it be the... Basically be _1 _2. Instead of having it be that, have it be the random number. And then have the logic basically say, if for some weird fucking reason it makes a duplicate and there's a duplicate variable within, I mean, a duplicate user within the usernames, that it, like, it's already like a username, it compares it against the entire database and it already exists, make another one. I mean, I don't see why that's... I forgot I had done that. I forgot I thought about this already. God damn it. Alright. Let's actually do that instead. Fuck. My bad. Yeah, apply it. I'm not gonna read all this. Do you have questions here? Is there questions here? Does it do what I requested? Oh my god, dude, it's just so much fucking text. It's just so much text. I'm not gonna read all this. I'm tired at this point, I think. I think that's what it is. Alright, so I guess let's do 480. Can you just do an overview of what you just added? Can I get bullets, please? Like, fuck, dude. I'm sorry, I've been going at this for like 10 hours today. Cool. Let's do it. Alrighty, I guess we're gonna pause this meanwhile this cooks. let's deploy to the actual virtual machine, the server. We don't need to, yeah, we just update. And then that's pretty much it. I mean, the wiki page updates and all that sort of stuff is going to do in the next push, so that's not really end-to-end test run. That's probably already in there with that other ticket with the systems check for the API and the TPM stuff. That's all good. Yeah, let's go ahead and deploy it, and then once we verify it's all up and running, all up there, not up and running like testing, but like up, like matching the hash value, then we should be good to go to do a push, but not yet. Basically, we're about to push onto the server.
So we have 14.
It's gonna go though, sadly. The fuck? Oh my god. It worked, I think. But here's the other thing that I want to check. So after next time, can we add this to the workflow for the server deployments? For the deployables workflow for server, where it takes this data here, and just because I keep coming across the same exact errors. It always happens every single time. So if we can have it so it does it right the first time in relation to these errors here, that way we don't keep repeating them, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Like the syntax or some fucking shit is happening there. Hold on a second. Why would you send me this? It does not follow the workflow. The workflow is we make the changes on the repo and then we push the changes. SCP. I'm just saying that the syntax keeps coming across the same exact errors and the same exact issues. We don't have SQLite installed on the actual server. This already happened one time. You don't have it within your context window. It is not your fault. But I just wanted to let you know that we need to do SCP. That part definitely is within the actual workflow currently. So please follow the workflow. That script should be copying everything. All the changes are made on the repo locally here. Then we push. That's what we're doing. That's been the workflow for everything. How is this? Hold on. We are always going to make what is on the server reflect what is on the actual repository. That is within the workflow. I know that for a fact. Within the deployables workflow, that is a thing. I don't care how harmless it is, it needs to be identical. Like, the constants are important. Even though they are harmless, I don't want to risk any variables. We are making this right. What we are doing, once again, I know what happened. It's because it happened the last time. Look, if I tell you to SCP the database into the server, we gotta do it. There is nothing currently there. We are in build phase right now. So please, for the love of God, make that part of the workflow. Currently. It's not gonna be there forever, but just ask me, is the database live? If it's not live, then we copy it in because there's nothing that can possibly, it's just me.
Oh my god, dude. But we need to update the workflow in order for it to ask me, yeah. We either need to update the workflow to either check the database to see if there's 0 rows. If there's 0 rows, fucking that's fine. Never alter in place. I don't have SQLite 3 installed on the server. I don't. I have the library for the Python file. That for Python, I have Python installed. But either way, all I want to do every single time, and we're not going to be doing A or B. Once again, it's a literal hard copy of the database that was built within the repository. Once again, please, for the love of God, that is the workflow. That is the workflow we've been working for everything. Literally, anything that's on here that belongs on another machine, that's always been the workflow. That way the repository is accurate to what is on the actual machines. God damn.
once again, we need to update the server. Okay, it already is in there. Okay. Oh my god. Let's just make this the default. Make it a script. Make it a script that I can just call. Like, that's so much easier. And then just add it as part of the workflow. God damn, dude. This is annoying. This thing keeps